Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Everlasting Father, enable us to love you with all our hearts, souls, minds, and strength. Give us humility so we can see your divine image in the people around us and serve you by serving them. Lord, let this love expressed in service transform our Senate, nation, and world. Bless our senators. Make them kind in thought, gentle in speech, and generous in action. Lift their lives from the battle zone of polemical words to a caring community of integrity, respect, and civility. Lord, teach them that it is better to fail in a cause that will ultimately succeed than to succeed in a cause that will ultimately fail. We pray in your precious name. Amen.
Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.J. Res. 61, which the clerk will report.
H.J. Res. 61, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants, rubber tire manufacturing.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
beginning in 1988, the month of May has been observed as National Foster Care Month. The first Tuesday in May, which is today, has been recognized by many organizations as National Foster Care Day. The designation of this month and day have been used as a time to raise awareness to the needs of roughly 370,000 American children that are in the foster care system. It is also a good time to commend the many organizations that serve children in the foster care system. These children ought to have a safe, loving, and permanent home. I applaud the organizations and the individuals who tend to the needs of these children day in and day out. For decades, I too have worked to support the needs of foster people who experience the foster care system. I found that it gets a meaningful understanding of what the needs are. Young people who experience foster care ought to have the chance to inform on. So, in 2009, for the purpose I just expressed, I launched the bipartisan Senate Caucus on Foster Youth. My work with the caucus has helped inform me of the many challenges that children in foster care system face. To give just one example, older youth that age out of the foster care system without a permanent place to call home or to call family, to share life experiences with, often aren't being set up for success. These older young people desire and need permanent connection with an adult or family. They also need to be supported in ways that are beneficial to their long-term care independence. Congress ought to continue to explore solutions that improve long-term outcomes for child care and foster care. I'm committed to supporting the needs of children that experience foster care to help them achieve their full potential. On this Foster Care Day, I hope others are encouraged to do their part to see that no child goes without love, safety, and stability that they deserve. I got involved in the foster care issues because I hired a staff person by the name of Sarah Gazaric, now about 30 years ago. I didn't hire her for anything dealing with foster care, but she came to me one day and said, I've been adopted into this family in Urbandale, Iowa, and I've observed the foster care system through my life, and I know there needs to be a lot of changes to make sure that the foster care system serves more the needs. So as I usually do, if a staff person comes to me with a special interest in something, I encourage her to pursue that. Now that's how I got involved in the foster care system. Sarah Gazaric worked on some reforms that we passed for the period of time she worked for me, and then she went on to work for nonprofit organizations since then, and we've been able to show some real progress because 30 years ago we had 700,000 kids in foster care, and I gave the figure of 370,000 still in foster care today, but those 370,000 need our help as much as the 700,000 did several decades ago. I thank Sarah for getting me involved in this issue, for the reforms that we've done, and she has the pleasure of today working on some of these issues in the White House under the auspices and directorship of the First Lady of the United States of America, Mrs. Trump. I wish her well. I wish the First Lady well, and how I can help, I'd be glad to help. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, as I said on the floor yesterday, when I meet with South Dakota business owners, I often tell them to let them know how can we help, even if that means getting out of the way, because that's often what the government needs to do, get out of the way. It's a foreign concept to the government knows best crowd. But what my Democrat colleagues frequently fail to realize is that while government can sometimes be a help, it can often be a hindrance, especially under Democrat administrations, which tend to load down Americans and American businesses with burdensome regulations for extremely, I should say, dubious gains. The Biden administration certainly did that. And one of our priorities this Congress has been taking advantage of the Congressional Review Act to repeal burdensome Biden administration regulations. We passed 10 CRA resolutions so far, and this week we plan to add 4 more to that total. We will kick things off with Senator Tim Scott's resolution on the Biden administration's rubber tire manufacturing rule, an excellent example of a burdensome and unnecessary regulation. The Biden EPA's rubber tire rule set new emission standards for tire manufacturers. Why? Well, that's a good question. Tire manufacturers are already subject to strict emissions rules. And the Biden EPA, that's right, the Biden EPA found the rule was not necessary to protect public health or the environment. And as for the rule's effect on emissions, while it will reduce the emission of certain air pollutants, it will increase emissions of carbon dioxide and methane. And then there's the cost. The Biden EPA estimated that this rule would cost tire manufacturers $13.3 million per year. And there's reason to believe that that number could go much higher. So we have costly new standards for tire manufacturers justified by no public health benefit, including, as I said, by the Biden administration, and estimated to produce extremely dubious, if any, environmental gains. You might say we have the poster child for a burdensome and unnecessary government regulation, and we're going to repeal it this week. We're also going to take up Senator Curtis and Senator Lee's resolution to overturn a Biden administration regulation limiting access to public lands in Glen Canyon National Recreation Area for those with off-road vehicles. Senator Curtis has noted that he hopes this measure will be a step toward ensuring that public lands remain accessible to Americans instead of being closed off by Washington bureaucrats. A third CRA measure that we'll take up this week is Senator Cruz's resolution to block an unlawful Biden-era Federal Communications Commission regulation that allows a federal program to subsidize unregulated off-campus Wi-Fi hotspots for school children. The problems with this regulation are myriad. It is, as I said, unlawful. It violates the Communications Act, which clearly limits the use of the funds in question to classrooms and libraries. And it effectively extends a program that Congress chose not to renew. Then there is the fact that this rule endangers children by giving them unsupervised access to a whole host of potentially dangerous or unhealthy content. Add to that the fact that it creates the potential for duplication of government efforts to deploy broadband, and you have a whole host of reasons to repeal this Biden regulation. Finally, Mr. President, this week we intend to take up Senator Kennedy's CRA resolution to repeal a Biden administration rule adding unnecessary red tape to bank mergers. This rule would delay approval of bank mergers that increase competition, potentially restricting choice in banks for consumers. I am grateful to all of the senators I've mentioned for their efforts to lift burdensome Biden-era regulations and for all those sponsored earlier, or all those who I should say sponsored earlier CRA measures. And Senate Republicans will continue to work to lift unnecessary government burdens and get government out of the way of American families and American businesses. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President, ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection. The Democratic leader.
Mr. President, the closer you look at the troubles at Newark Airport, the more alarming the story gets. For months, especially over the past week or so, operations at Newark Airport have been mired by chaos, delays, and crippling system outages. It was recently reported that on Monday, April 28th, air traffic controllers overseeing Newark lost all communications with planes in the air for up to 90 seconds, unable to see, hear, or talk to them. That's 90 seconds of a wholly filled up sky of planes literally flying blind over one of America's busiest airports. Thank God nothing happened, but we tempt fate if no changes are made. If during 90 seconds the system goes down and so many airplanes are flying so close to each other in a congested airport, that is really sounding five-alarm fire. What was the culprit of this blackout? It was a burnt copper wire that shut communications down. This is unacceptable. We can't keep America's planes safe in 2025 if we rely on copper wires and floppy disks. Our air traffic controllers and America's travelers deserve far more. Copper wires, floppy disks, 2025, when it comes to safety, the FAA is way behind the 8 ball. Yesterday, I called on the Office of the Inspector General at the FAA to conduct a full investigation into the deteriorating conditions at Newark Airport and to examine how we can prevent these problems from spreading to other airports around the country. When Newark alone gets backed up, it affects other airports because it's such a busy hub. But if this starts happening at other airports, our air travel is in real trouble, even more trouble than it is now. Donald Trump's FAA has failed spectacularly this year in showing the American people that the Trump administration is up to the task of keeping people safe. We need to get to the bottom as to why. The public deserves answers to some very important questions. Why has the staffing shortages at Newark and other critical airports been allowed to continue? What role has DOGE cuts played in aggravating the chaos? What is the plan to fill the vacancies of critical leadership at the FAA? Some of the top positions are not filled because some of the people there who were very capable resigned in disgust at what the administration was trying to do to the FAA. We have seen chaos throughout the administration, and clearly it's here at the FAA, an agency that cannot afford any chaos whatsoever because lives are at stake. The longer the FAA and the administration slow walk these troubles, the greater the risk of a true catastrophe. Now the Trump agenda. A few months into Donald Trump's second term, Americans are getting a clear look about what Trump 2.0 is all about. Last week, Americans got a good look at Trump 2.0 when the White House released its so-called skinny budget. Trump's days of pretending to be a populist are over. His budget is an all-out assault on health care, education, public safety, programs that help small businesses. They want to axe domestic programs that help tens of millions of people, hundreds of millions, really, by nearly a quarter. It's radical to its rotten core. The budget is proof positive that the emperor has no clothes. Donald Trump is a con man who does not care one iota about the struggle of everyday Americans. He'd rather listen to his billionaire buddies than to the American people in terms of what the country needs. But few things crystallize Trump's 2.0 as much as Republicans' signature bill, a massive tax break for billionaires financed by the biggest cuts to Medicaid ever. For months, Republicans have tried to muddle their way forward on their agenda with magic talk, totally severed from reality. Republicans say they want trillions in tax giveaways for the wealthy, trillions in spending cuts, but somehow claim these drastic changes won't hurt average Americans. Cut Medicaid, they say, but nobody will lose benefits. That is totally illogical. Even the worst studies that I have seen show that the percentage of, quote, waste, fraud, and abuse is much, much less than the $880 billion they say they're going to cut. They really want to slash Medicaid to the bone. Waste is something of a pretext for them. Reality is now coming back to bite our Republican colleagues. In the House, Republicans are at total loggerheads about how to move forward. Mind you, there is zero disagreement among Republicans when it comes to the big goal, massive tax giveaways for the wealthy. They agree on axing popular programs like Medicaid, like Social Security, like veterans. What Republicans disagree on is simply the method for screwing Americans over. Which is the better way to screw Americans over? That's what they disagree on. That's what they're fighting about, but not on the goals, which are pernicious. Why do Republicans face such a conundrum where they are so at odds with one another? Simple answer: because their agenda is so unpopular with the American people, and neither House and no Republican senator wants to be left holding this hot potato. The backlash Republicans are getting from the public, whether it's at town halls or in the streets or through dismal polling data, should serve as a warning to our colleagues on the other side. If they proceed with their agenda, the political outcry will be enormous. And the idea that some of the Republicans are saying, well, we're going to our leadership to make a request. If that request is not granted, if Medicaid is still slashed, for instance, it's how they vote that is going to matter, what they put into effect. Not going to constituents and say, oh, I agree with you. I'll go to my leadership. But when the leadership says no, are they going to vote against the bill? We'll see. I doubt it. I very much doubt it. It will not. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And each Republican who votes for reconciliation and bad budgets, will be left holding that hot potato. On the Bisignano nomination, as Republicans press forward this week, axing Medicaid and other popular programs, today Senate Republicans will turn their attention to attacking Social Security in the name of voting on Frank Bisignano to lead the SSA. It is literally putting the fox in the henhouse. If confirmed, Mr. Bisignano would be one of the greatest threats to Social Security in its 90-year history, one of the greatest threats we have ever had. He will accelerate the closures, the rollbacks, and risky practices that DOGE has already set in motion. And the anxiety Americans feel about their benefits will only get worse. I am proud that every single Democrat will vote no on Mr. Slash and Burn Bisignano. The last person we need overseeing senior benefits is a DOGE fanatic. He says he's a proud DOGE guy, whose claim to fame was overseeing mass layoffs in the private sector. Yes, that's his claim to fame. During his testimony, Mr. Bisignano lied to senators about his ties to DOGE and about his role in executing cutbacks at the SSA, at the Social Security Administration. If he lied about that, what's stopping him from lying about cutting benefits down the line? Donald Trump and Republicans can't say directly that they want to kill Social Security outright. So instead, they're choosing another method of killing it: strangulation, office closures, delays, mass layoffs, trouble over the phone, trouble over the email. Every single Republican senator who votes yes on Bisignano will be complicit in strangling Social Security, plain and simple. If Mr. Bisignano is confirmed, Republicans will own all of the chaos he creates, because again, he is letting in the slash and burn fox into the Social Security henhouse. A yes for Mr. Bisignano is a vote for delayed benefits, for longer wait times over the phone, even more layoffs and office closures. So today, Senate Republicans will have to make a choice. Vote no on Bisignano and protect the millions of Americans who rely on Social Security, or vote yes on Mr. Bisignano and side with Donald Trump and Elon Musk and DOGE as they tear Social Security apart. Yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip,
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent that during this speech I have an opportunity to display some of my father's remembrances from World War II.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to honor Military Appreciation Month. This is a time to renew our commitment, our nation's commitment, our individual commitment to those who defended our nation. They defend our freedom. They've done it in the past, they're doing it today, and they will continue to do it into the future. Most importantly, it's a time to say thank you. In Wyoming, our pride in the military runs very deep. This Saturday in Wyoming, there will be a welcome home ceremony. It'll actually be in a number of communities throughout the state. This originally began as a welcome home to Vietnam veterans who were never given the proper welcome home when they came home from the war. This weekend, all Wyoming veterans will be honored and welcomed home. Tens of thousands of service members, veterans, and military families live in Wyoming. Our airmen at F.E. Warren Air Force Base maintain our nation's nuclear deterrent. Our Wyoming National Guard, they are ready to serve, and they're ready to serve at a moment's notice. All of them embody America's spirit. It is a privilege to represent each and every one of them here in the United States Senate. Let me take you back a moment to the changing world happening in 1945, May 8th, 1945. It was Victory in Europe Day, VE Day. On that day, the world celebrated the triumph of liberty over tyranny. That triumph of liberty was paid for by the blood and the bravery of 16 million Americans who served, and one of those was my father. I have his dog tags with me. I carry them whenever I travel overseas, whenever I visit our veterans, and whenever I visit our men and women in uniform. I did it earlier this year in Jordan and in Syria, did it at Thanksgiving in the Middle East, did it last spring in Djibouti, where we had members of our Air National Guard serving there. I also have his prayer book called My Military Missal. These were given out in World War II in the Battle of the Bulge. They used them. On the back was a rosary, the beads printed in there as if in Braille, with a crucifix. And this rosary has been well worn, used by his thumb because he was walking and had it in his pocket on patrol. He signed up 3 days after Pearl Harbor, my father did. He fought through the war, through the bitter cold of the Battle of the Bulge, didn't come home till the war was over. My dad called the men who were in uniform at the time ordinary men with extraordinary courage. Their lessons endure today. Weakness provokes, but strength deters. Here we are 80 years later, and we face a dangerous world. Our enemies are aggressive, menacing, and powerful. Very few of those men who fought in World War II are alive today. Very few. We celebrated the Battle of the Bulge and had ceremonies with those few in Bastogne this past December. They are gone. There is a next generation today and a generation after that. And under the bold leadership of President Trump, our military is rising to meet the challenge that we are facing today. And we are today restoring peace through strength. In 100 days, President Trump and Secretary of Defense Hegseth have made our military stronger and, of course, more respected around the world. Recruiting is soaring. The last month was the best month in almost 40 years. I was in Mills, Wyoming for a pancake breakfast at the Lions Club. On Saturday morning, met two young men who were helping to volunteer serving pancakes. One's going to go to the Naval Academy and one to West Point. The next generation, ready to serve, ready to defend, ready to protect. So what we're seeing today is maintaining military strength at a time where investment is needed, and that's what this Congress is debating, because the greatest generation built the arsenal of democracy, and we carry on that by modernizing our military. Under unified Republican government, America is embracing the new technologies, such as artificial intelligence, to outpace our adversaries. We're rebuilding our industrial base. We're expanding shipbuilding so our Navy remains the world's finest. And boy, what a reputation the Navy SEALs have, Mr. President, and your long and distinguished history of service to our nation. Now in the Senate, but prior to that in the military, and your wife as well. We're improving the quality of life of service members and their families, because a supported military is a strong military. We're creating an Iron Dome for America so our nation is safe from danger. In all, we are investing more than $150 million in peace through strength. These efforts, backed by bold leadership, equip our military to deal with the life in a dangerous and menacing world. Military strength is not enough. VE Day reminds us that defending freedom also demands moral clarity. That means championing the values of liberty and justice, the values that Americans have always stood for. The Minutemen of Lexington and Concord stood for them. The paratroopers of Normandy stood for them. Wyoming's troops serving around the world today continue to stand for them. I visit with Wyoming troops every year overseas at Thanksgiving. I go wherever they are. It started in 2007, my first year in the Senate, when I visited troops in Iraq, outside of Baghdad, Anbar province. I try to visit every deployment of our National Guard. Just got back from visiting the troops in the Middle East in March. Go for the purpose of thanking them for their service and bringing a little piece of Wyoming today wherever they are in the world. And when you go visit with them, you ask, do you have everything you need? Is there anything we can be helpful? But they want to talk about home. They want to talk about how the hunting was, how the weather is, how the football team has done. They want to talk about their families, which community they were from, and then their mission to make sure that the folks at home are protected so they can return to Wyoming and be with them once again. Those currently deployed overseas are 8 time zones away. You know, you want to make sure they have everything they need, and they do in terms of what they're getting in terms of supplies. They just miss a little bit of home in Wyoming. We are blessed to have these soldiers. We're blessed to have soldiers from all of our states serving like this. People from all different backgrounds come to serve. And today I just want to be here to remember our history and think about the sacrifices that so many continue to make. We honor them by doing what we need to do here to make sure that they are equipped to fight the modern threats that they face. We honor them by uniting as a nation to support them. We honor them by making sure that they have veterans' health care available to them in their communities. Talked to Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins about making sure that the veterans have what they need, and he as a veteran is committed to that. Today we celebrate Military Appreciation Month, so let's thank our heroes who fought for our liberty. Thank them who serve today, thank their families, thank them who sacrificed as you and your family have done. That's the commitment. Because of their courage, America remains safe, it remains free. And with bold leadership that we have today, it will stay that way. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, before I make my remarks, I want to join my colleague, Republican colleague from Wyoming, in the salute to our military and appreciation for all that they have given to America. It was a touching story. I know he spends so many holidays visiting with Wyoming Guard troops stationed around the world, and I didn't know he carried his father's World War II dog tags with him, but it's an indication of his love and respect for his dad, and I want to join in those sentiments. But though the military commitment that people make is a unique commitment because you say that you'll risk your life for this country, there are many other commitments that can be made in public service which make this a greater nation too. For more than 3 decades, AmeriCorps has strengthened communities across the United States. From rebuilding homes to providing rural health care, tutoring kids after school, cleaning up after natural disasters, AmeriCorps supports our most under-resourced communities. My Republican colleagues represent communities that benefit from AmeriCorps whose members serve in their state. For decades, AmeriCorps has had bipartisan support, which it deserves. But last week, unfortunately, the Trump administration pulled the rug out from under these community organizations by eliminating their funding, eliminating it. Organizations like Leslie Bates Davis Neighborhood House in East St. Louis, Illinois, my hometown, provides meals to members of all ages of the East St. Louis community. They were left scrambling after the president's announcement eliminating AmeriCorps. Right after the funding cuts were announced, Reverend Gaston, the CEO, met with workers who serve as drivers for the center's Meals on Wheels program. For many of the senior citizens in that town and around the country, the Meals on Wheels is literally the only physical contact they have with the outside world. It is a moment in the day that they look forward to with great anticipation. It's more than just food. The night before the drivers were set to deliver meals, Reverend Gaston had to tell them there's nowhere to go. He added that those workers would not get paid, even though they'd worked earlier in the day. The East St. Louis community is located in a food desert, which means members like Aisha, who takes care of her grandfather, have come to rely on the center's food pantry for health options like fruits and vegetables. I know I was just there 2 weeks ago. Last month, 8 dedicated AmeriCorps members worked in the center's cafe to offer a safe place for the community to eat a hot meal. Today, because of Trump's cuts, the tables are empty. Camille, who is Leslie Bates Davis Program Director for AmeriCorps, shared that she has 120 days to close out the program. After that, even she will be left without a job. While Camille is concerned about her own future, she's also shared how overwhelming it is to tell people that she doesn't know the path forward, especially because she's a leader in the community. Other programs across Illinois are feeling similar impacts. Take Lucas, an AmeriCorps volunteer who has worked at the Boys and Girls Clubs in Livingston, Illinois, providing students with a safe place to learn and to play after school. He won't get paid because of the Trump cuts, but he plans to continue to volunteer unpaid because the impact in his community without people would leave him feeling very bad for the young kids he knows so well. Another constituent, Ann, is an AmeriCorps program director at Severson Dells Nature Center in Northern Illinois in Rockford. Ann shared that one alum of AmeriCorps was inspired to serve his country by joining the U.S. Coast Guard after working in the community as an AmeriCorps volunteer and member in the Nature Center. To use Ann's words, AmeriCorps members are the best of us and have collectively served this country. I urge my Republican colleagues to fight against this administration's senseless attempts to eliminate such small amounts of funding that have such incredible positive impact in their communities as well as my own. Don't sit by in silence. As if cutting funds from AmeriCorps wasn't enough, last Thursday, in the dead of the night, President Trump signed an executive order trying to end federal funding for national public radio and public broadcasting. As it currently stands, only 1% of federal funding goes directly to NPR and PBS. It is a marginal expense in comparison to the amount of good it does. They provide news coverage, life-saving emergency alerts, educational programs for our kids. While President Trump falsely claims that public media is, quote, biased and partisan, he's wrong. Public media provides local communities with unbiased and nonpartisan news coverage, especially in rural and small-town areas where a newsroom often is working off limited resources. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting is a private, nonprofit corporation authorized by Congress since 1967. For more than 50 years, Congress has provided funding on a bipartisan basis for public broadcasting. By doing so, we have ensured the independence of the public media system and provided an opportunity for a long-standing public-private partnership in service to all Americans. President Trump's attempts to silence the media he does not deem acceptable should be responded to on a bipartisan basis. We must be united to let this president know that silencing a reliable news source is unacceptable in modern America. We have come to expect this kind of censoring by dictators and others. We don't expect it in the United States. Countries like Russia and China spend billions of dollars trying to undermine our news and spread disinformation. And cuts to free, untampered public news are not the way to fight off their advances. As soon as I learned about the proposed cuts, I spoke out on the need for Congress to respond, to save these important institutions. And where was the response of my Republican colleagues? Silence. Crickets. It's the silence of the lambs. My Republican colleagues cannot afford to stay silent any longer. We must work in a bipartisan manner. We continue to work to stop these funding cuts and prove to the American people that we care about our local communities and everyone's access to free, unbiased broadcasting. We must continue to allow NPR and PBS to provide essential news, information, and life-saving services to the American public. Democracy cannot survive in silence. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Is the Senate presently in a quorum call?
Yes.
May I ask unanimous consent that the pending quorum call be vitiated?
Without objection.
Thanks very much, Mr. President. In yet another of many attempts to unravel protections for human health and the environment, and in their endless quest to accommodate the country's biggest polluters, Republicans in the Senate are seeking congressional disapproval for EPA's final rule setting national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants for rubber tire manufacturing. A little history here. Since the 1970s, the Clean Air Act has required EPA to set emission standards for facilities that are major sources of hazardous air pollution. For over 50 years, these standards have allowed us to expand our industry and grow our economy while also making major improvements in air quality for the American people. Yet, some toxic pollution remains unregulated, even at regulated facilities. And so, in 2020, the DC Circuit, the federal court, directed EPA to regulate all unregulated hazardous air pollution from major sources. In response, EPA finalized long overdue protections for the rubber processing stage of tire manufacturing. Before then, this process was entirely unregulated by the federal government. But faced with new emissions data showing that rubber processing releases large quantities of hazardous air pollutants, EPA was obliged, under the Clean Air Act, to act. The rule is expected to significantly reduce toxic air pollution, nominally a goal of this administration. Pollutants from rubber processing include heavy metals like mercury, organic chemicals, and particulate matter, the little stuff that floats in the air and gets into people's lungs. These pollutants, even in low doses, can cause significant harm to human health. Children, babies, and developing fetuses are at particular risk, vulnerable to the effects of these pollutants. So this rule protects the communities which house these rubber processing facilities. Communities like Des Moines, Iowa, Topeka, Kansas, Social Circle, Georgia, Anderson, South Carolina, and Findlay, Ohio. People living in those communities will be protected by this rule from an increased risk of cancer, heart disease, respiratory disease, and even cognitive impairments. This is dangerous pollution. So make no mistake, this resolution to undo the Clean Air Rule would deny clean air protections to the American people, with particular harm to American children, whose lungs and brains, still developing, are most vulnerable to the effects of these pollutants. My Republican colleagues have argued that the energy needed for the pollution controls will increase carbon emissions. Well, Two things on that. First, it just ain't true. EPA found that secondary air impacts are minimal and do not outweigh the health benefits from reduced toxic pollution. It's also a bit laughable that my Republican colleagues now purport to care about carbon pollution after every single step they've taken in this arena has been to make carbon pollution worse, to help their big donors from the fossil fuel industry, and to lead us ever more rapidly into the climate crisis with its insurance meltdown component that is now so widely predicted. Predicted even by the chairman of the Federal Reserve here in the Senate Banking Committee, saying that in 10 to 15 years, there'll be whole regions of the United States where you can't get a mortgage anymore. Why can't you get a mortgage anymore there? Because the insurance has made it untenable. The insurance is untenable because the climate risk is both much worse and more unpredictable. So what is widely predicted, including recently by a board member of the biggest insurance company on the planet, is that uncertainty and added risk in the natural systems caused by fossil fuel pollution makes insurance, particularly property insurance, untenable, which makes mortgages unavailable, which crashes housing prices, and that is predicted to lead to a 2008-style economic meltdown to the entire economy. You may not want to hear this, but it is widely, widely predicted by expert sources, many under a fiduciary obligation to get this right, unlike the fossil fuel industry, which lies with impunity. Anyway, given the record of this body in this administration on this issue, the idea that there's a sincere concern about carbon emissions happening on the other side of this aisle verges on the preposterous. The full story here is that the economic effects of this rule are minimal. EPA found during its rulemaking process that facility owners affected by this rule will incur less than 1% of their revenue in compliance costs. 1%. That's too much, obviously, for our friends on the other side. The rule even offers flexible compliance options that could further reduce the burden if a company were to make an honest effort to come into compliance with air rules that protect the safety of their own communities. In any event, that minimal 1% or less financial burden ought to be outweighed by the substantial public health costs that Americans will face if Congress and the Trump administration continue their mad quest to eliminate clean air protections. More doctor's appointments and emergency room visits, more inhalers and prescriptions, more lost school and work days. That will be the cost of passing this resolution. So I urge all of my colleagues to protect the health of Americans and vote no on this misguided resolution. And I yield the floor.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support today for two strong nominees, Luke Pettit and Marcus Molinaro, who were moved out of the Banking Committee with broad bipartisan support. Luke Pettit has been nominated to serve as Assistant Secretary of the Treasury for Financial Institutions. Luke brings a wealth of experience and a deep understanding of our financial system, honed through his service on the Senate Banking Committee and in his role as Senior Policy Advisor for Senator Hagerty, and his work in the private sector. Luke is a servant leader who understands the difficult challenges facing American families and businesses. Marcus Molinaro has been nominated as Federal Transit Administrator. His extensive experience from his tenure in Congress to his outstanding leadership at Dutchess County Executive underscores his unwavering commitment to improving transit infrastructure and enhancing the lives of all Americans. Marcus is a proven leader who understands that effective transit systems are the backbone of vibrant communities. Under his leadership, I am confident that the Federal Transit Administration will excel in its mission to connect communities, ensure safety, and promote new opportunities, including much-needed housing initiatives across this great nation. I urge my colleagues to join me in confirming both of these nominees. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations in block, calendar number 63 and 65, that the Senate vote on the nominations in block without intervening action or debate. The motions to reconsider be considered, made and laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I want to note that President Trump is pushing our economy off a cliff. Over the past week, the President has told families to brace for more expensive toys for Christmas, and he continues to lie about the fact that grocery prices are actually going up. He's managed to shrink the economy in his first 100 days, and experts from across the spectrum are already predicting a recession. He's also working to tear our federal government apart. And while President Trump works to burn down our economy and our future, the Senate is still chugging along with business as usual in confirming the president's nominees to lead the agencies that he is actively trying to destroy. My litmus test for any executive branch nominee is, will they enforce the law and uphold our Constitution, or will they simply bend a knee to the orders of President Trump? I'm worried that Mr. Pettit will simply go along with the Trump administration's deregulatory agenda instead of fighting to protect consumers and to ensure financial stability. I know that Mr. Molinaro wants to improve the public transportation system and support public transit workers, and I appreciate that. I genuinely do. I have no doubt about it, but it seems clear that the White House and Elon Musk's Doge will gut the Federal Transit Administration and undermine the Department of Transportation. We cannot wave these nominees through by unanimous consent without a real debate, and therefore I object.
Objection is heard.
So sorry to hear that. I rise for another topic, Mr. President. Mr. President, today I rise in support of my Congressional Review Act to overturn one of the Biden-era EPA rules on the rubber tire manufacturing NESHAP. In November 2024, the Biden's EPA continued on its radical left climate agenda and issued and implemented a new rule that study after study proved to be unnecessary. Their claim was the implementation of the rule was a matter of public health. The EPA performed a risk review of the rule and found this was inconsequential to public health and that the rule increases CO2 emissions. Instead of listening to their own experts, the Biden administration ignored the experts to push forward their burdensome regulatory overreach. I am grateful to stand in this chamber today to roll back these ill-advised rules so manufacturers can avoid millions of dollars in compliance fees that will cost the American consumer those millions of dollars and instead invest in the American workforce, the greatest workforce on the planet. Mr. President, it's time for us to act. It's time for us to roll back this unnecessary EPA rule so that the American people are not burdened with millions of dollars of additional costs simply to buy tires. Let us do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Under the previous order, all time on H.J. Res. 61 has expired. The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution for the third time.
H.J. Res. 61, Joint Resolution Providing for Congressional Disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Thotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Budd, Grassley, Moran, Moreno, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Durbin, Hassan, Hirono, Kelly, King, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Schumer, Warren, Wyden. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego. No, Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Curtis, Aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no.
Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. And for this, the joint resolution.
The joint resolution has,
Ayes are 55.
the ayes are 55, the nays are 45. The joint resolution has passed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid on the table.
Mr. President.
Gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to Calendar 69, SJ Res 13.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 69, SJ Res 13, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency of the Department of the Treasury relating to the review of applications under the Bank Merger Act.
The question is on the motion.
And I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Brassa.
You know.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis.
Aye.
Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst.
Standing room only.
Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Moody, Moran, Murkowski, Risch, Rounds, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Cotton, aye. Senators voting the negative: Coons, Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Peters, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, and Warnock. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. No. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray. No. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn. Aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. No. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. Aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. No. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Ms. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy. Aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye.
You have a Mike Lee haircut.
Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. King, no.
3, the nays are 46, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Counter number 69, S.J. Res. 13, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code, and so forth.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2 p.m.
Thank you so much.
Of course, always a pleasure. Yeah.
The Senate will come to order. The Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, the Senate will soon vote on Frank Bisignano to serve as Commissioner of the Social Security Administration. I came to the floor last week to lay out my concerns surrounding the confirmation process for Mr. Bisignano. This nominee lied multiple times to myself, my staff, and members of the Finance Committee. He directly contradicted a confidential whistleblower report that I received detailing his close ties to DOGE and its ongoing operations at Social Security. When pressed on it during his confirmation hearing, he lied to me and the committee, saying he had no direct involvement with DOGE. He has made a very lucrative career out of being the guy who swoops in to failing businesses, guts them from the inside out, and moves on to the next target. This is not someone nominated because of his plans to bolster customer service and make it easier for seniors to access their hard-earned benefits or to strengthen the Social Security guarantee. He was nominated because Donald Trump hopes he'll apply the same approach to Social Security and upend life for millions of seniors and people with disabilities as we know it. The administration is already weaponizing Social Security to go after immigrants and other groups it wants to target, all under the guise of rooting out fraud and abuse. Social Security is a lifeline to millions of seniors and Americans with disabilities. A missed Social Security check can be the difference between seniors being able to afford rent, groceries, or medications. But Donald Trump and the inner circle are so out of touch, they think that most Americans won't even notice if they start missing their checks. In March, Commerce Secretary and billionaire Howard Lutnick mused that his mother-in-law wouldn't complain if she missed a Social Security check. I wouldn't expect the mother-in-law of a billionaire to complain either. But for the rest of America's seniors who aren't lucky enough to have a billionaire son-in-law, a missed Social Security check will be the difference between being able to put food on the table, keep a roof over their head, and get their prescriptions at the pharmacy. Mr. Lutnick went on to say that anybody who did complain of a missed Social Security payment is a fraudster. That is some top-tier gaslighting if I've ever heard it. Lay the groundwork for Americans to miss their checks, and when they do, immediately write off anybody that complains as a fraud. The Trump administration is doing its best to get people used to the idea of seniors missing checks. Their strategy here is death by 1,000 cuts. First, they cut off customer service. Then they close field offices and lay off staff. Then they farm out customer service operations to private equity firms that employ AI chatbots and foreign call centers in an effort to plunge Americans elderly into a maze of red tape designed to keep them from getting what are earned benefits. Madam President, it is also a pathway to privatization. None of us have to look hard to see the damage private equity has brought to nearly every corner of industry and business. Take healthcare, for example. The firms are gobbling up medical practices and hospitals in hopes of turning a profit. They've turned the simplest task of scheduling a doctor's appointment into an Olympic sport, forcing patients to navigate phone trees or automated online systems that don't offer any real help. And if patients need to get life-saving treatment, health insurers like United Health deploy AI programs to deny claims left and right. But this is exactly what Trump is hoping Mr. Bisignano is going to do. Gut Social Security from the inside out, then you can sell the parts off to the highest private equity bidder and make it harder for everybody to get their money. The goal is to break the system so thoroughly that Americans buy in and they can privatize the system entirely. Everything the Trump administration is doing is part of an agenda that's going to make families poorer, sicker, and less safe than ever before. Madam President, it's not an exaggeration to say that the country is at a turning point. At no time during the history of Social Security have we come this close to the possibility of seniors and people with disabilities actually missing their Social Security checks. Social Security is money that Americans pay from each paycheck. So when seniors and people with disabilities start missing Social Security checks, that is Doge and Elon Musk stealing your hard-earned money. By confirming Mr. Bisignano, the Senate will be signing a death sentence to Social Security as we know it today. Republicans will be responsible when your grandma misses her Social Security check and can't pay her month's rent. Republicans will be responsible when your aunt living in rural Oregon can't get the help she needs because the phone lines have been shut off and her closest field office was shut down. Republicans will be responsible when an entire generation of seniors and disabled Americans are left unable to afford basic necessities. At a time when costs are rising, the federal government ought to be focused on cutting costs and helping families and seniors afford the cost of living. Instead, it sure looks to me like Republicans are poised to pass another bailout for billionaires and corporations while simultaneously working to dismantle the federal programs and resources that Americans rely on. That is the Republican agenda in a nutshell, and every single member of this body that votes to confirm this nominee is going to own the consequences. Mr. Bisignano is unfit to be the steward of Americans' hard-earned Social Security benefits. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on his nomination. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
The senator from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that the previous scheduled roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Social Security Administration, Frank Bisignano of New Jersey to be Commissioner of Social Security Administration.
The question is on the nomination.
Madam President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett.
Aye.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that was nice. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, I've been trying to.
Ms. Collins.
Reverse alphabetical.
Mr. Coons.
Something about 250 years of history here.
Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Crapo, Ernst, Johnson, Marshall, McCormick, Moran, Tuberville, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Hassan, Kane, Markey, and Smith. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. No. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Capito, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Murkowski? Aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Justice? Aye. Mr. Schumer? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Durbin? No. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Banks, Aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Murphy? No. Ms. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Curtis? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion is reconsidered and considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session. The Majority Leader.
Proceed to calendar number 24, S.J. Res. 7.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 24, S.J. Res. 7, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Okay. Where are you? Cotton. Got you. I got you too. I have you. Rosen. Thank you. I got you. Danes. Capito. No. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Warnock, Kelly. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I will. Just a minute. Thank you. I got you. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Thank you. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, Lummis, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, and Young. Mr. Wicker, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Coons, Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Markey, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schumer, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Whitehouse. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Baldwin, no.
Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. No. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no.
I'm sorry, Lindsay.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
The ayes are 53, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Calendar number 24, SJ Res 7, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code, and so forth.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Today, I could not be more proud to introduce a piece of legislation that goes to the heart of what I believe the Republican Party stands for. We are the party of life, the party of parents, and the party of hard-working Americans. This, among many reasons, is why I believe the Republican Party won so resoundingly in November. We ran on a promise to strengthen and grow American families. And this is another promise that we are going to keep. My legislation, the Moms Act, is further proof of that commitment. Alongside my friend Senator Eric Schmidt and Kevin Cramer, I am honored to introduce this pro-life, pro-woman, and pro-family legislation. I'd also like to thank so many of my Republican colleagues for already jumping on and co-sponsoring this. The Moms Act is straightforward. It stands for more opportunities for moms to succeed. First, the Moms Act would establish pregnancy.gov. This new website would feature a wide range of resources available to expecting and postpartum moms, as well as moms and families with young children. We're providing necessary resources and support to women throughout their pregnancy journey. While being a mom is the most rewarding experience, I think I can speak for most moms when I say that it's a challenging one as well. When I was pregnant with my first child, I felt like I had no idea what I was doing. I remember actually being in the hospital room, them waiting, to discharge me, and me thinking, you're gonna send me home with her? What do I do next? Fortunately, I had the support of my friends and my family that helped me through this exciting journey of bringing new life into the world and bringing that baby home.
However, I know that many moms may not have the incredible support that I did. That's why the Moms Act is so important. This would help the most vulnerable, the most isolated women the most. Resources available to moms would include mentorship opportunities, including pregnancy and parenting help, health and well-being services, including women's medical services like OBGYN services, primary care, dental care, and mental health services. Financial assistance, work opportunities, child care resources, foster care resources, adoption services, and educational opportunities for parents would be included. I could go on and on and on. It also includes material or legal support. So when you think of what material support would be, it's transportation, food, nutrition, clothing, household goods, baby supplies, housing, shelters, maternity homes, help with tax preparation, and more. When you think about legal services, what it would include is child support, family leave, breastfeeding protections, and custody issues. Next, I want to talk about the grant portion of the bill. This part would actually be separated into two different grant programs. The first one would help purchase necessary tools for prenatal and postnatal telehealth appointments, including medical equipment and technologies for those in rural areas and others in medically underserved communities. And the second program would establish a grant program for nonprofit entities to support, encourage, and to assist women through their pregnancies and to care for their babies after birth. This grant program would be funding many of the resources that I just named, from mental health services, other medical care, child care, housing assistance, education and employment assistance, and nutritional assistance. Finally, the third part of my bill is Senator Kevin Cramer's Unborn Child Support Act. It would require for states to apply child support obligations to the time period during pregnancy, if requested by the mother. This could be requested retroactively, and state-level requirements involving proof of paternity would still apply. When I think about what this bill means to me, I immediately think of my own two children. They are why I'm here today. They're why I chose to step up and run for the Senate. Their future and the future of the next generation is absolutely what I'm fighting for. As parents, our children are at the heart of every decision we make. We want them to have the greatest opportunity to succeed and to thrive. As a senator, I want that for children across our nation, from coast to coast. They're at the heart of this common sense legislation. Building a comprehensive culture of life starts with building blocks just like the Moms Act. To all the moms across my great state of Alabama and across our incredible country, I could not be more proud to stand with you. I am committed to growing and strengthening families and ensuring parents have the opportunities and resources needed so that they and their children can thrive and live their American dream. And I am committed to getting the Moms Act signed into law so that we can ensure that the comprehensive culture of life, that the next generation is ready, is prepared, and that women, as they go through their pregnancy journey, all the phases of it, are supported as they work to bring life into this world. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am here, Mr. President, to speak against Senate Joint Resolution 7. This resolution would prevent millions of students, educators, families from getting online, literally, from enjoying the vast benefit and resources of the online world. And today, students and educators are dependent on broadband to learn and teach, to communicate with each other, to establish relationships and communities. Digital education has allowed for more flexible learning opportunities for all of us, whatever our age, but most specifically for students doing their homework, viewing lectures, engaging in discussions, and so much more, all of it online. It's a different world. And now Senate Joint Resolution 7 threatens to cut off and constrict that world. The internet can be a tremendous educational resource, opening new doors for curious students, and digital literacy skills are fundamental to succeeding in this digital economy. But that economy also creates a new system of haves and have-nots. In education, that divide is called the homework gap. It is a fundamental question of equity and fairness to close that gap. Students and studies have shown that without broadband at home, people earn lower grades than their connected classmates. No secret to why. It's a resource that enables better learning and more achievement. And their learning loss sets them back in career prospects and other opportunities. It sets them back for a lifetime, potentially. We saw the impact of the homework gap during COVID, when students were forced to take classes and exams from the parking lots of McDonald's. Literally, some of us saw students in those so-called hotspots away from their homes because it was the only way they could access their homework. Now, to combat that homework gap, Congress established a fund in 2021 for schools and libraries to loan Wi-Fi hotspots to students and educators. The program was an enormous success, ensuring nearly 18 million students at over 10,000 schools and libraries to get online. In Connecticut, that federal support, in addition to state funding, was wildly successful toward closing the homework gap. We made sure that every single student had access to a laptop and to high-speed broadband. I am so proud of everyone in Connecticut who was responsible for this program, combining federal and state resources in the best way. But unfortunately, federal funds ran out. Rather than leave students behind, the Federal Communications Commission issued a rule last summer that would allow schools to continue providing Wi-Fi hotspots under its E-rate program. The E-rate program exists to help schools and libraries provide affordable internet access. So that was a natural step for the FCC last summer, and in Connecticut, funds from the E-rate hotspot rule are supporting hotspot lending programs in Hamden, Norwalk, and countless other libraries, and I have visited them. I've seen the faces of educators and students excited about this enormous potential that brings together communities, frankly, from all different political parties. There's nothing partisan about this program. But today, my Republican colleagues are trying to cut off those students in Hamden, Norwalk, and elsewhere in Connecticut, and millions and millions of their peers all around the country. This resolution would nullify the FCC's rule that allows schools and libraries participating to join Wi-Fi hotspots to students. And I have to ask, really, are schools and teachers crying out to repeal this rule? Really? No, they're not. How does this proposal make any sense for them or for families, the parents, for the community? It makes no sense. This resolution would undo, in fact, all of the hard work in closing the digital divide in states like Connecticut, where people have devoted lives and careers to helping students close that homework gap and do better. It will renew and exacerbate those inequalities of access for rural and low-income communities. It will set back millions of students in the name of what? In the name of what? What is the rationale? There is none. It's an embarrassment. It's a disaster. It's a self-inflicted wound that we can avoid here on the floor of the United States Senate. And I want to remind everyone here that once we vote in favor of this rule, we can't go back. Literally, you all know the rules. We can't go back. The FCC may not adopt a similar rule in the future. This is an irreversible self-inflicted wound. So I urge my colleagues to reject this misguided, wrong-headed resolution. It would be a disgrace if we deprive those students and their families of this vast resource, literally life-changing access to a really necessary service that helps them not just now, but throughout their futures. We ought to expand internet access, not constrict it. We ought to be enhancing it, not cutting it off. And this effort, in the name of what? Makes no sense, except that it exemplifies some of the cruelty and meanness and stupidity of the Elon Musk approach to public service and public access and fairness in our society. I urge my colleagues to take the positive step, and it would be a positive step, of continuing this enormously important program in the name of educational future tomorrow and days afterward for our students in Connecticut and around the country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week is Missing and Murdered. Mr. President, this week is Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Awareness Week. And it is a sobering reminder of both the breathtaking scale of this tragedy that has plagued Native communities for generations and how far we still have to go to bring justice and healing to the victims and families affected by it. This crisis is likely out of view for most Americans, but it stares us in the face. Murder is the third leading cause of death for American Indian and Alaska Native women and girls, which is 10 times the national average. 10 times the national average. American Indians and Alaska Natives are more than twice as likely to experience violent crimes, including rape and sexual assault, than any other group of people in the United States. And in Hawaii, 64% of human trafficking survivors are Native Hawaiian. Even so, we still don't know the true extent of the crisis because for so long the federal government failed to take it seriously. It was more convenient to pretend as if it didn't exist than to dedicate federal resources to investigating the crimes and prosecuting those responsible. And as a result, in far too many instances, justice has not been served, and families have not been able to begin the process of healing. To experience the tragedy of a loved one gone, or a neighbor suddenly found have to shoulder the burden of finding answers all by themselves while they're grieving. Were that to happen anywhere else or to anyone else, we would be rightly outraged. The fact that it's happening to Native Americans in cities like Anchorage and Albuquerque or remote reservations and on Hawaiian homelands should not change our outrage. After decades of underinvestment, Congress finally took steps to address this crisis when we reauthorized the Violence Against Women Act in 2022. As chair of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs at the time, I was proud to work with Native leaders and advocates, and especially my good friend, the vice chair at the time, Lisa Murkowski, to restore tribal jurisdiction for certain violent crimes and increase federal resources to keep Native families safe. And no one bill or action is going to remedy generations of neglect and injustice, but it was an important step forward along with other laws in turning the tide on this shameful and long-standing problem. There remains a lot of work to be done to ensure that Native people feel safe in their homes and their communities. And it's a priority that we continue to advance on the Indian Affairs Committee with the chairman, Lisa Murkowski, and many others. But today, we remember the many victims lost to this devastating epidemic of violence and recommit ourselves to helping to find justice and healing for all of those affected. I yield the floor.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 65, H.J. Res. 60.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 65, H.J. Res. 60, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be.
I ask unanimous consent that the roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis.
Aye.
Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gilliram. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cassidy, Collins, Crapo, Curtis, Ernst, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Marshall, Moreno. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Fetterman, Kim, Klobuchar, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Schatz, Warner, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Brooks, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. But Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye.
What passes with you?
Thank you.
Watch out for that guy. He speaks fluent Chinese. Does he?
Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. King, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich? No. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye.
The ayes are 53, the nays are 47, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the joint resolution.
Counter number 65, HJ Res 60, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to counter number 66, S-1582.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to counter number 66, S-1582, a bill to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I sent a cloture motion to the desk for the motion to proceed to counter number 66, S-1582.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to counter number 66, S-1582, a bill to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 2:30 p.m. on Wednesday, May 7th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and Senate resume calendar number 69, SJ Res 13. Further, at 5:30 p.m., the joint resolution be read a third time, the Senate vote on passage of the joint resolution.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 2:30 p.m. tomorrow.